Hey, everybody. So we're doing the cardiovascular system, healing the cardiovascular system. And, it's tied to a very major system within the body. Um, physically, it's pretty straightforward, all the different various cardiovascular issues, but also emotionally, when we have the tendency to be like triggered or something's upsetting, this is the system that it hits the hardest. I would also say pain. Pain would hit this system the hardest. And it could be physical pain, it could be psychological pain. You could say the cardiovascular system is a manifestation of the energetic heart. You know, it the more that the cardiovascular system is regulated, the easier it becomes to have an activated heart, right? So this means sense of well-being, love for oneself, uh, compassion, and love for the people around us. The ability to integrate something, also the ability to transmute. Basically the ability to process our emotions and things like this. And so I don't know. I find it to be a very interesting thing. The other interesting thing is your cardiovascular system will directly impact brain function. If the cardiovascular system has an issue, then usually you have some sort of brain issue as well. And it's the same for energy. Like for the crown to be activated, the heart has to be activated, and then the heart energy moves up to the crown. It's what activates the crown. So this idea of the cardiovascular system, there's a physical component, there's an emotional component, and then there is a spiritual component. When I say emotional, I mean psychological, emotional, and mental. So I don't know. I find this to be a very interesting one. I do this particular one a lot of times for pain management. And, it just seems to take the edge off aches and pains and things like that. There's a deeper dive that you can do with just pain. But, here we're focused on the cardiovascular system. But I find when this area is going good, then pain levels become much more manageable, or pain just simply goes away, without treating something specifically. When I say pain, I also mean psychological pain, like pain of a past event, hurt feelings, something of that nature. The cardiovascular system still is the physical component to that. And what we're doing now is we're looking at it from the point of view of vagal tone, which is rest and repair, and then dysregulation, right, which is an overstimulated fight flight response, but within a particular system. So here we're looking at that from the point of view of cardiovascular function. And to take it a step further, we're also looking at the emotions that either impact or are directly associated with the particular system. Bless you. Lower emotions, homeostatic emotions, are generated by sympathetic nervous system, especially when it's dysregulated or like hyperreactive, right? And so we're unwinding a very particular stress and a set of emotions that is associated with this particular system. Later in a few weeks, we're going to do it through all the systems in the 7 layers or the 7 levels of emotion. We're going through the whole body, right? And so another way of saying that, the emotions that might be generated by a particular system, is that the body can have a kind of armoring. The body will armor things up emotionally, and then eventually that will impact us mentally. right? So it's tied to our reactions, it's tied to our emotions, and it's tied to eventually our thought processes. So we're going to unwind all of this so that we can be a little bit closer to who we truly are rather than what's happened to us. Right? That's the goal. So right off the bat, we are starting with the emotional component associated with the cardiovascular system. So let's have you just close your eyes for a moment and just check in with yourself. Check in with your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Also active situations and things that just jump out at you, a person, an event. And before we even get rolling with the process, let's just start inhaling something. So if you got the kit for purchase, it's cardio emotional vagal tone. Single oils would be clary sage, frankincense vital, helichrysum, palo santo, St. John's wort, or white spruce. So pick out one of those oils and just start taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still and notice how you're starting to feel. Okay, we're going to practice body awareness. So, where do you feel something in your body? Wherever it is, some sort of tension or heaviness, an agitation, something. You're observing it, and then you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. Awareness is on that area of your body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Notice how you're feeling. Okay, so now we're going to do the materialization breath. So again, you're using the same oils. Your bottle's going to go to your chest. So you're going to hold it to your chest. And you're going to bend your head down. You're going to inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale. So the inhalation and then the exhalation is one breathing cycle. We want to do about 8 or 9 of these breathing cycles. Okay. So again, bottle to your chest. Let's do it all together. Down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale. Do about 4 or 5 more on your own. And when you're done, just be still. Okay, let's just talk about it for a second and then we'll do some more. So homeostatic emotion means that like when this part of your system is struggling or is in a dysregulated state, which means fight, flight, or the sympathetic nervous system is like overstimulated, right? Or hyperreactive. So part of what's happening is your body is trying to motivate you to thrive somehow in the environment. because of some difficulty that it might be having. So it's trying to get your attention. So a lot of times emotion, like, I say this all the time, like if you're in fight, flight, just in general, if you're angry, you're going to fight more. If you're afraid, you're going to run faster. If you're overwhelmed, you're going to freeze better. And then there's this thing that's called fawning, which is, you adjust your behavior to kind of fit in and be accepted and get somebody who's maybe acting very dominant to like you. If you have feelings of abandonment, you're going to be more motivated to do that, right? So the nervous system is having a reaction in a particular way to alert you to something or to try to motivate you to do something. Now, it's not like this all-knowing, all-seeing aspect that just like drives the body. It's just a reaction. It's a reaction between the involuntary part of your nervous system, which is on one side fight, flight, action and activity, or rest and repair mode, which is also digestion, right? So when we go through and we do this, for one, we're reducing the tendency of an agitated system to generate this emotion. A lot of the emotion that you feel is a byproduct of some system in your body having some level or degree of overstimulation, right? It's just overstimulated, and then you're flooded with irritation, anger, resentment, hurt feelings, whatever it might be. A lot of it is being generated by the body, right? Then you process it emotionally and then eventually mentally. But a lot of it is by a byproduct of something off in some area in your body. So by going through and doing this, you're unwinding the tendency specific to the cardiovascular system to generate this lower emotion, this homeostatic emotion. And then you're also helping the body to process it, release it, transmute it, whatever it might be, right? So the goal is a stronger level of a sense of well-being, that everything's okay, everything's fine. And the opposite of that is your body feels like something's about to happen, something's afraid. Doesn't mean that your mind does, doesn't mean that even the emotions do. The body feels that and then generates the emotion, right? So the more that we kind of understand these mechanisms, the more we realize a lot of the chatter in our mind is neurological, and a lot of the emotion that we feel that we have a hard time tapping into, we try to associate it with a certain situation or a past event, but it's like whatever we do, it's just always there because it's associated with a particular system in the body. Here, we're going after the cardiovascular system, but there's ones for the digestive tract, there's ones for the respiratory tract, there's one for the urinary tract, there's one for the reproductive system, there's one for the immune system. There's all these different sets of responses. And so the fascia and the muscle all have their own set of emotions that they generate. So we're this just storm of emotions all over from the different systems in the body. And so when we do the 7 layers of emotion, that's what we're targeting, is what we're targeting right here. Here we're doing the cardiovascular system, but we're going through all the systems of the body just from the point of view of the emotions that they generate, right? So we're going to do another round of the materialization breath. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. As you inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Do 8 or 9 at your own pace. And then you're just pausing and being still. And that felt. So it's the different system blends that are tied to the emotion. One of the things that I like to do, like I do the materialization breath, but I do a lot of the body awareness. So before we do a next step, go ahead and just be aware of your body and inhale the blend or the single oil into that area of your body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just pause. Just pause. This is especially good, the emotional component, this first segment, for anything trauma oriented from the past, the effects of the trauma, dealing with the trauma, releasing the trauma. There's other things as well, but definitely trauma related. So again, bottle to your chest, chin down, to 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Do them at your own pace. You're just being still. So we're going to move to the next application. So you're still using the same oil. Again, you're practicing body awareness. Where do you feel it in the body? Inhale with your awareness on that area of your body. Now move your awareness to the sex chakra where the sex organs are. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the Mingmen, the backside of your navel. The Mingmen, the backside of your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the front solar plexus. Oh, the back part. Yeah, it's like that on all of them because I did a drag and drop. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart. And then the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the crown. Your awareness is on the crown, the top of your head. And then just pause and be still. How's that feeling? You're just pausing and being still. You're just being still. You're letting everything go. You're just letting it incubate for a moment. Let's do that one again. So, body awareness, you're tapping into your body. Where do you feel something in your body? Wherever that is, you're going to keep your awareness on that area. as you take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let go for a moment. Just pause and let go. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the low back, the backside of the navel, known as the Ming Men. The front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Mm. And then your awareness is on the crown, the very top of your head. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause and be still. So we're going to do the other side of this, which is the dysregulation, which is this is releasing the emotion. We're going to stop the generation of emotion or at least slow it down. But before we do that, we'll take a little break. We'll let it integrate. And today is about just a nice, gentle, easy pace. So we'll take a break for 15 minutes. We'll come back and we'll do the dysregulation component of this. So I'll see you at a quarter after. Hey, everybody. So we're on segment 2. So segment 2 has to do with the dysregulation, the emotional dysregulation associated with the cardiovascular system. And I got to say, all the emotional components to all the different systems, oh, that is my jam these days. Like I have a little kit that like when I'm done with my day and I sit at the couch, I do these often. I don't know, there's just like I feel like a better person when I do it. I don't know what better way to say it, but anyway, so with that, Tolu balsam, tarragon, marjoram, lemon verbena, and aniseed myrtle, and then cardio emotional dysregulation is in the kit for purchase. So that's what you'll use. So again, you're pulling out the oil and you're just starting to take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're not even doing a pattern. You're just doing some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. I'm basically running you guys through what I do at night. First I inhale it, then I do a little body awareness, then I do the pattern. And then just pause for a moment. Just pause. And then again, just nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just pausing, you're letting go. You're letting it incubate. Maintain your stillness and check in with your body. Where do you feel it in your body? Your awareness is on your body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Pause and be still. Okay, so the same routine. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths and do them at your own pace. Nice. And just being still. Let it incubate. And just being still. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Do another 8 or 9 of the materialization breath. Not the second time or the third time. You're just being still, being aware. You're just pausing and being still. You're just being still. Okay, bottle to your chest, chin down. Another 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Do them at your own pace. You're just being still. Okay, we're going to do the second application. So again, body awareness. You're paying attention to your body. Where do you feel something in your body? An agitation, a tension, a heaviness. Basically, you're looking for a loop, some sort of loop in the body. Could be a trauma loop, could be a behavioral loop, some sort of negative response. As you observe it, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on that area of your body. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the low back, the backside of the navel. Your awareness is on the low back, the backside of the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. front solar plexus, that area below your ribs and your upper abdomen. The back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness between your shoulder blades on the back heart. The brain, your awareness is on the brain. And then the crown, the top of your head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on top of your head. And pause and be still. Just letting go. Let that. Okay, we're going to do body awareness again. Where do you feel something in your body? Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on that area of your body. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths where the sex organs are. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the low back, the backside of the navel, known as the Ming Men. How you doing? uh, Front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on the upper abdomen. Back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. And then your awareness is on the brain. And then the top of your head, the crown. And then just pause and let it go. You're just letting it go. Okay. So when we look at the idea of cardio-emotional vagal tone and cardio-emotional dysregulation, really what we're talking about is any sort of injury, be it a psychological injury or a physical injury to the body. It's going to impact the generation of emotion from the cardiovascular system. So trauma, hurt feelings, hurt feelings, pain, abandonment, all these things are going to impact the cardiovascular system. But at first, it's going to generate a kind of emotion. Eventually, it sinks in deeper into the physiology itself. So we are going to do an experiment, just doing like a kind of a quick way to treat things. But before we do that, let's unmute or type in and do shares or questions, and let's just process this a little bit, and then we'll do a little experiment. Okay, so go ahead and fire away, do your shares or your questions. How'd that treat you?
Go ahead, Robert.
Okay, Robert.
Hey, Greg. So when we're doing body awareness,
Mm-hmm.
and then we come back and do it again the second time through, if we go to it, if we end up being called to a different spot, does that mean that that loop cleared?
Yeah, most likely, because the loops are kind of like how we see pain. There's like layers of it, and so it could still be another aspect of that same loop, but it's like it's whatever it is, it's lifting. And so,
Okay.
when we have like a very significant loop, it might take several times in a particular area, but a lot of times you'll go, okay, I feel it in my shoulder, I feel it in my jaws, or I feel it in my foot or whatever. And then you go through and you do it. And then it's like, yeah, when I go back there, I don't really feel it. But like now you're aware of other areas. And for me, I'm not saying this for everybody, but for myself, like I'll start with a pattern and it's like, oh, it's in my jaws, it's in my shoulder, it's wherever. And then usually when I get to something deeper, it's almost always the muscles along the spine. Like, and I'll go, oh, like I'm getting to something because, I'll unwind it. And then I go, okay, now if I'm just being aware of my body, where do I feel it? I usually feel the tension along the spine. And, if you think about it from the point of view of your physiology, your body is always trying to protect the spine and the brain, but up here there's not going to be as much tension. You might get it in the temples, you might get it in the jaws, you might even get a little bit in the neck, but a lot of it is going to be tension in and around the spine. And so, whenever I kind of get to that point where I was like, oh, I feel it, not necessarily in the spine, but it's usually like around the spine, like pay dirt, like I got to something, something's unwinding. And so the other component that I would put to that is that, how we do those practices where we observe things in the environment and then we come back to the body. Sometimes these past events or an active situation or person is affecting the physiology and we're not consciously aware of it, but it would manifest as weird tension in the body. And so again, for myself, like I'll go through and I'll practice body awareness and it's like, I have this little pattern that keeps arising in my mind. And it's a lot like dreams. It's not like, oh, it's Uncle Bob, but it's like just like weird imagery will come up. And so like I'll start to visit things in the environment and then, I'll hit it. And I was like, oh, it had to do with the past. Like, I had a couple accidents when I was much younger. And I think that I'm done with them. And to a certain level, to a certain extent, you know, maybe I am, but as I go through and unwind things and I go back and revisit something, I was like, yeah, there's still something there, you know, and again, from our point of view of our mind or our emotions, that situation's resolved. But a lot of times what happens is that the body still thinks that situation's happening. And on some level or some degree, the body doesn't feel safe, you know, because it still feels that situation is happening. And so, you know, part of feeling things in the body is also going, that's done. That was in the past. That's not happening anymore. And so, you know, a lot of times it is going to move around in the body, but I suspect that that thing along the spine is for everybody, but you know, it's hard for me because you know, I also have a, you know, back injury. So like how much of that is the body just trying to protect the back because of that injury from so long ago? But I would say everybody's got it probably to a certain degree.
So I am, in all the times we've done body awareness, I tend to be called to the same area, namely my gut.
Hmm.
And, slightly different spaces
Sure.
in the abdomen, but basically there. And that was the first time we went to body awareness, that's where I went. And saying, okay, whatever, just do it, it'll shift. And then,
Right, right. You sound
and
like me.
yeah, I don't get there.
To my body, whatever.
Right.
Right.
And then the second time I was called to a completely different place. Like it didn't even feel like there was anything in the gut anymore.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And at this very moment, when I sort of sit in body awareness, yeah, there's still something in the gut, but I'm being called elsewhere again. That's not usual for me. It's, body
Oh,
awareness
that's
to me is
nice.
sort of
Yeah, yeah,
boring
I see.
because it's the
Yeah.
same thing over and over. Uh, and I assume we're doing a digestive system vagal tone at some point.
Yeah. In the 7 levels of emotion, we're going through all the body systems. Like
Uh,
with what we
Okay,
just did, where we do vagal tone and
dysregulation.
yeah, dysregulation, but specific to the emotions that it generates, we're going to go through respiratory system, digestive system, urinary tract, reproductive system, endocrine system. The one that was really profound for me was this one, the cardiovascular system and the endocrine system. Like, I was a different person after I did both of those. You
And
know,
I'm
because like you bring up a very good point. Like here we're working the cardiovascular system. And so even from my approach early on, you know, this is quite a while ago, that like I'd go, okay, I'm gonna do body awareness, but I'm gonna just do it in the chest. Like, you know, I'm gonna focus on the cardiovascular system and in and around the physical heart. It was nice, but then when I started doing other parts of the body, like how you had your experience with the digestive system, it's like these areas affect all the other systems. You know, they all kind of do this where there's this weird overlapping thing. And you know, here I'm talking about like the emotions that you could kind of identify, like injury, trauma, hurt feelings, you know, pain, things like that. Um, I would say also I would fold into their hatred, but not it could be a hatred that we feel, but also hatred from other people. Like because that's the thing is the homeostatic emotions of others, be it that it's directed at us or we're in that radiatory field, still affects the reaction in the sympathetic part of the nervous system. And so it doesn't always mean that it's our emotion. It could be just a reaction of something in the environment. Like if somebody is like you're fine and somebody's really hating on you, at some point that hate impacts your physiology and starts to cause a reaction in your body, even though you're not the one that thought it. And so the more that we go through and we regulate these things, the more that we kind of become invulnerable to the projections of other people. And so, you know, like the thing with the gut, it might be related to some sort of pain or trauma or injury. Good chance that that came from other people, you know, very good chance. And so, you know,
Yeah.
whatever it is, doesn't matter, it's just got to go.
Every time I do body awareness, it's like, okay, don't make any judgment where it goes, just go wherever it
Right.
goes. And
Yeah.
when it goes back to the digestive system, I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, whatever. And
Yeah.
so to me, to have something outside of that, it's like, oh, what just happened? You know, and I also think of it in the sense I keep getting called to the digestive system, but that doesn't mean that it's digestive
No,
system emotion.
it does not necessarily mean that. And the thing that I would say about the digestive system is that the emotional vagal tone and dysregulation in the digestive system, and just the vagal tone of the digestive tract and all that, are they have a big impact on the different kinds of will. Like, you know, the more that the digestive tract is stress plagued, the more we have the tendency to be more driven by survival oriented aspects of the will. The more that it's refined, then it might be, you know, more mental or eventually even spiritual. And so the digestive tract, um, the emotional vagal tone and the emotional dysregulation, for the digestive tract, I find to be quite significant, like very, very significant, even to the aspects of intuition. I think there is a significant role there. And if you look at it from the point of view of even like brain function, I mean, they started doing, you know, this is many years ago, they started doing biopsies of uh, things in the digestive tract for things like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's and things that you would just think are brain oriented, but they go to the gut. The gut is probably one of our more vulnerable areas. So everybody has some sort of issue in the gut, you know, whatever that is, everybody's got something there, you know.
Yeah, it can manifest in so many different
Yeah.
ways, is basically what you're saying.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
but it's still the gut, and it may even be the same thing in the gut for different people, but how their
Right.
body reacts to it is so totally different.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Peggy.
Hey.
I had to unmute. Hi. I'm so calm. I'm so relaxed.
Good.
I'm and I'm so trying to hold my bottle without spilling it all over everything. This is just lovely. So thank you.
Good. Good.
Go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey.
Hey, Greg. I did notice my breath deepened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should. Yeah, it should.
And that was very nice. So I wanted to ask, just to, since, and thank you for focusing on all this with us, the vagal tone and the dysregulation, and you're going to continue with that. This is very exciting. Anyway, I just want to understand a little more clearly the difference between the two. I was making some notes in the beginning when you were introducing the topic. And so, on the emotional vagal tone, are we releasing emotions in that step?
Yeah. So with like, so in any of the systems, when it's the emotional and then vagal tone,
Uh-huh.
you're processing the emotion, you're releasing it, you're letting it go, or you know, sometimes it moves its way up to the heart and it has to do with the activation of the heart. So like you could think of the vagal tone is the movement or the processing component, right? Then when you go to the dysregulation, that is tied to the fight, flight, or action. So it's generating the emotion. So what happens a lot of times, if we just look at it from this point of view, say we have an injury or something, the cardiovascular system and the sympathetic nerves associated with that will generate an emotional response. And then like you're like, ugh, you know, say you're upset or freaked out or agitated or something, how quickly that goes away will be dictated by vagal tone, right? The emotional vagal tone component. So say, you know, like cardiovascular system, a good version of that is you get triggered. Like a lot of the triggering mechanisms come from either the thymus or the cardiovascular system as a whole, right? And so you get triggered. Now, the length that triggering happens and either maintains or dissipates would be dictated on vagal tone. So yeah, you might get upset or you might get triggered, but if the vagal tone is good, it's like, oh, I got triggered. Ugh, boy, that was rough. Versus you got triggered and it lasted for days or, you know, hours or whatever it might be. So you could say the amount of time that a negative emotion arises is dictated by the vagal tone of that particular system, right? The generation is going to happen. And so the thing is we want to calm down the dysregulation so that it's not just generating it willy-nilly or getting really enthusiastic about generating, you know, negative emotion, right? It's still going to generate some negative emotion because it's the nature of what the nervous system does. We just don't want it to do 10 parts versus it only needed one part, you know, like value wise. And so we want to calm down the amount that gets generated and the tendency or the quantity and the repetition of generating the emotion, and then how quickly we're able to process it, work through it, let it go would be the vagal tone component. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
But then
Like pain's a very good example. Like pain's a really good example. You know, especially even for the cardiovascular system. Like we can like say we fell or something and we bam, we hurt a particular area. And at first it's like, oh, this is like bad. Like, you know, it feels bad. And then you sit there for a little bit. If the nervous system is high in dysregulation and low in vagal tone, that pain will last for a very long time. But if the dysregulation is been regulated somewhat, and the vagal tone in that system, the emotional vagal tone is quite high, then you're like, oh, that hurts really bad. Okay, it's dissipating, it's dissipating, it's dissipating. And, you know, to a certain extent, the pain will dissipate relatively quickly. But I would also say a deeper version of that, because the pain is dissipating, you're in a higher level of vagal tone, healing starts happening much quicker because of that. Because if you think about, like, if you're in a dysregulated state, that is opposite of healing. That's like going into like a protective mode of some sort. And so healing is not being stimulated. So even when you look at pain, because it's an easy one to measure, when there's high levels of pain, healing is much lower because of such an aggravated state. And so calming down the aggravated state allows for greater levels of relief, like emotionally and agitation in the body, but also the body itself begins to heal because now you're in rest and repair mode.
Beautiful. But
Interesting, huh?
yeah, very
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
So on segment 2, in particular with the emotional dysregulation,
Mhm.
are we working on calming the tendency to
Right. Yes.
become more hyperreactive?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And
Okay.
the tendency is like it could be hyperreactive, or it's one of those things where there might be a little bit of stimulation and it's like, ugh, and then it just never shuts off. Like it just stays, because that's what dysregulation is like it doesn't regulate itself. So then like you could go into an agitated state, and instead of going, okay, the situation's over, relax, it's just like, it's always happening. It's always there. I mean, that's the nature of trauma and or injury is, even after we get through the situation, part of it is your body still feels like it's happening. And eventually, it starts to generate more emotion. It starts to affect your thought. It starts to generate thought forms. It kind of goes down this weird, dark rabbit hole that's not pleasant. And so, like, the idea is that you're dealing with emotion that you would recognize as like, oh, my feelings are hurt, or I feel abandoned, or I feel this or that. But there's a bunch of emotion that I don't know that we could even put names to. It's almost like, how there's the stem cells where you just put stem cells binary and it kind of takes on the quality of whatever needs to happen in that area of the body. There's like kind of emotional stem cells where there's just this emotional energy that then goes, oh, let's convert this to anger. Oh, let's convert this to sadness. Oh, let's convert this to feeling, hurt feelings, whatever. It's like it's there, but it's kind of non-specific. It's like a different way of saying like agitation. Like there's just agitation in the body. It's a kind of agitation, but it's non-specific. But then as the body goes, oh yeah, I'm upset, or I'm hurt, or I'm this, or I'm that, then it goes, oh yeah, let's take all this material and let's put it into that hurt basket, or that anger basket, whatever that might be.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much.
Question. When we have deaths close together happen, how do we not look like we are not grieving in others' eyes when working on our own journey?
I'm not sure. Wait, say that again.
When we have deaths close together happen, how do we not look like we are not grieving in others' eyes when working on our own journey?
I'm not sure. In others' eyes. Maybe you could explain that a little bit more. I'm not quite understanding.
And while they type, let me see if there was any.
Mhm.
Hello.
Yeah, thanks.
See?
Hey, it's Dawn. That was my question. I've had a lot of deaths in the recent.
Okay,
Other people,
I'm sorry to hear that.
it's okay. Other people notice that I'm not grieving like they are. It tends to bother.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, grieving especially, that really becomes a kind of perspective. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, because you really can't affect other people, but sometimes when you go through and you process things a little bit more, or clearer, or whatever it is, then other people might, like you said, see it a different way. One of the ways that you can handle that is just verbalize, like, oh, it's very upsetting, or oh, I'm really, whatever it is. It doesn't have to be you sharing deep feelings, but you could just go, boy, yeah, it's really upsetting, or it's really a thing to work through. And because really what people are also looking for is they're looking for some sort of validation externally. They're looking for it, and if that's what they're looking for, some sort of validation. Here the validation would be that you're upset too, right?
Yes.
And so validate them without having to go there in your emotional body, just like, oh, it's very upsetting. It's like a different version of this, but it's the same thing, but like a different version is like when I would be doing clairvoyant work for people in the corporate setting. If they asked me a question and I looked at it and I just gave them an answer, they would argue with me for like 20 or 30 minutes. And then even when we walked away, um, they were still like, I don't know, even though I had a really good track record. Like, so what I started to notice was they were looking for validation in me that it was a difficult situation. So they'd ask me a question, I'd go, oh boy, that's so hard, that's so difficult, it's very upsetting. There's this, but then there's that. Like it's a tough one to see. And I would just validate all their feelings, and
Okay.
then I'd go, this is what I see, and this is what's happening, or this is the next step. And they'd always go, oh. Where if I just said the end result, I mean, arguments, like not arguments like, you're not a good person. We would just start arguing about the situation, and just having like a disagreement. And part of it, like, it took me a while to figure this out. Part of it was that I was not validating their feelings. And if you think about like a stressed state is sympathetic nervous system, it's external. So they look to the external for some sort of validation, or that it's like calming down. They're not turning inward. They're looking at it all still outside of themselves. So they're looking for external validation. And as much as you try to go, oh, look within, or like, do whatever, or like notice your feelings, they're not going to go there. Like, that was always a very significant stumbling block in the corporate setting too. And so I would have to like manually validate their feelings, like, oh, this is upsetting, this is difficult, this is a big problem. uh there's so many things that could happen and go wrong, or yeah, I would just keep grinding on how bad it was, and then I'd go, this is what we need to do. And because there was validation, the validation calmed down their stress response. And in that kind of situation, that's what they're looking for is, they're dealing with uncomfortable feelings. They're looking outside themselves to have validation that it was upsetting, and that it's almost like okay for them to have upset feelings. And, you know, it's just like how we were talking about with Dorothy, where the vagal tone component is what dissipates the emotional component. Yes, something might arise, but we don't want it to generate too much. But then we also want it to process and move on. And when they lack that component, when they lack that ability, they're going to look to the external to try to have it. And so, you know, sometimes you just manually go, yeah, it's upsetting. It's very hurtful. I really miss the person. It was such a shock, you know, like you say those kinds of things. They have validation, and in a way, what you're doing is you're helping them go into like a little bit of a vagal tone state and be able to process those emotions and let them go.
So by doing this, I'm helping them also.
Yeah, like I would say yes, you know, because there is the resonance component too of, you know, you're setting an example or a pattern to the people around you. But you know, especially with like family or something, you might have to verbalize some of it, you know.
I'm not very good at verbalizing.
Yeah, just state the obvious. Like
Okay.
honestly, that's all it is. It's not like you have to have some deep thought, but you know, you can see that they're upset. You just go, yeah, it's upsetting. Yes.
Okay.
It's hard. Yes. I miss them. Like, you know, it's obvious that they might be missing the person or that they were really shocked by the whole thing. Just validate their feeling.
How do you validate a feeling that you don't have yourself, though?
You just state what they're feeling.
So
You
you
don't
just,
have to feel it.
okay.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem I'm having is I think I need to
Yeah.
feel the feeling.
Yeah. No, you don't need to feel it. You know, I go back to this situation, which is comical to me now, but in the middle of it. So this was back in like 2003 or 2004. And my ex was an interior designer. And she was, uh, actually, it was 2008 because it was when the economy fell. And so the industry got really super weird. And so all the people, the contractors and subcontractors that would come in, you know, everybody was making less money. There wasn't as much work going around. So everybody was super aggressive and agitated. And um, she was kind of pulling me into some of the situations to communicate with like a contractor or something. And yeah, like let's just say there was a lot of heated conversations. And I was saying things that I was just horrified that they were coming out of my mouth. And so I um went to the guru, and I said like, hey, like, you know, there's these situations, and I started to explain it, and he goes, oh yeah, you got to yell at them, huh? You got to get angry and yell at them. And you know, I was like, yeah, I'm supposed to be practicing loving kindness, and the things that are coming out of my mouth are just horrendous. You know, because the conversations would always escalate. And he goes, you have to pretend to be mad.
Mm.
And I was like, you're not understanding my predicament. And he goes, no, you have to pretend to be mad. And you know, I was not really feeling what he was saying. And he goes, you need to express anger before you're filled with anger, so that is just an outburst. You know, you're stating that you're having an issue or a problem. They're responding to anger, so you need to pretend to be angry. And I was like, oh, this sounds ridiculous. Oh my God. It was amazing. It was amazing because, you know, from an emotional point of view, anger is like an outburst. But what started happening is I would just have like my iPad and I'd go, When is this supposed to be done? How far along are you? Okay. Came across like screaming and yelling.
Yes.
Yeah. And all it was like, you know, in a way I was like kind of judging them or, whatever it was, but they heard screaming and yelling where I didn't have to be upset.
Okay.
I just had to question the things that they were doing. And I was doing it from a very mental place. And a lot of times I didn't even have to say words. I could just like looking at my watch and going, became my go-to thing. My go-to thing. And
Okay.
they would start to talk to me and I'd go, don't talk to me, talk to her. She'll talk to me. And everybody would just get quiet and I was like, I had no idea what they were doing. Like I had no idea. Like all that construction stuff, I am a moron. Like I know nothing about it. But the goal was for them to listen to her and get the job done and feel like she had some sort of authority.
Okay.
And so I just pretended to be mad. And so in some of these situations, you don't have to feel the emotion to express what is obviously happening to the other person.
Okay.
You're just validating what it is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Okay. Is it open?
You're
Hmm?
unmuted.
Like my daughter, ever since she was little, she's hyperactive, but she has trouble processing on the emotional range. And ever since she was little, she'd come up and it would be like for 3 hours straight. One thing after
Right.
there's a hole in the ozone layer and the oxygen is leaking out. Grandma and grandpa are going to die someday. All this stuff. So
Right.
I would listen very attentively, and that's all she needed. But, there were some things I'd talk about because she was little and, it would help her, but like to understand more. But so you have to listen, really listen, attentive. And
Right.
she would be able to process, and then it would be all gone, and then gradually it would build up again. Her husband would try to tell her what to do. I said, she's intelligent. She knows. She doesn't need anybody to tell her what to do. You just have to listen. I know it's long. It's like 3 hours. That's what you do. And so she thinks she's to the point where she can manage it now, but every once in a while she calls and it happens again. So this cardiovascular thing, will that help her?
It's probably multiple systems in the body. This would be a big one, but you don't even have to do the whole cardiovascular part. You could just do the emotional vagal tone and the emotional dysregulation. And like I said, the class that we're doing, the 7 levels of emotion, we're hitting all the systems. Like we're hitting all the systems. And so, for myself, that's what I do. Like I sit down, I did it last night. I had a big long day of healing and I was like, well, I could just take a salt bath and go to bed. But I stayed up a little extra and I went through and I did, digestive system, respiratory system, cardiovascular, reproductive, urinary, endocrine. I just started going down the line. And I mean, I always feel so much better. And I go back to, I don't know, about a week or two ago, I had a thing where I did like a little slip and fall. And you know, I banged some areas of my body up pretty good, and I was like, oh God, now I gotta function with all these injuries. And I just sat there and I was just still for a while, and I could literally feel the pain going away. And honestly, I should have been in so much worse shape than I was from the kind of injury I was. But the injury even itself was only like a day or two, where normally it would have taken like 3 or 4 weeks. Like it would have taken a while. But I had been doing all this emotional vagal tone stuff. And so when it happened, I just sat there, I let my body process it, kept my body in a calm state. And I mean, doing quite well. Yeah.
Well,
And that's a physical injury, but sometimes it might be an emotional injury or a social injury, or a shift in perception, which is still a kind of injury. It's more mental, but we have the ability to process through that when this idea of the dysregulation and the vagal tone are relatively balanced.
well, for my daughter, you can't even say anything between each of her things. I mean, it's one continuous gush, and if you interrupt, it messes up the flow. It's a slow stop. But the other thing is, in school, she would get too much stuff. She couldn't process it. So I would tell her, well, look at your thumbnail really hard and let everything else go. And she would do that for a while, and then she could release it and start over.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're doing was like this idea of the dysregulation in the vagal tone, but specific to the emotional component in the different body systems. At some point, they all kind of come together as like a big, like mothership of emotion, you know what I mean? But like to kind of go through and to treat the different various pieces, I'd say the mothership is the limbic system.
Well,
Yeah.
school, it's just not just emotional, it's material stuff. I mean, she gets an overload and that's it.
Sure.
And so I told her to look at her thumb to learn to break that.
But if the emotion is calm and regulated, the mind functions better.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. Like if it's like meditation, you calm the body, greater seed for emotional activity, and then you calm the emotions, greater seed for mental activity. So when there's not, like when you get overloaded or there's too much stimulation or the mind's not able to process things, it yes, it could be a cognitive issue, but most likely it's an excess of homeostatic emotion that is agitating the mind, and then the mind can't function like it should. So when you calm the emotion down, all of a sudden the person becomes sharper and clearer.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that's probably a good thing for your daughter to do if she's into it.
For psychotherapy, I've used that with clients.
Sure.
I always listen really attentively. Or if I used to work in a library, if someone came in with a complaint, you have to listen first, and then you can say what you can
Right.
and what you can't do, and they'll be able to listen. If you do it before, from the beginning, they can't listen to you. They just keep on with the complaint.
Right. People seek out validation. It's like kind of what Don was saying. People seek out validation all the time. And I mean, there's another example of what you're saying. Like if they're not feeling heard, they're going to go into a stress state and keep going, you're not hearing me, even though you might be hearing them. And so, yeah.
And then somebody also shared, this is making so much sense as it relates to that weird pain I have in my LLQ that I have connected to the catheterization for my cardiac embolism.
Oh, Yeah.
ablation, sorry.
Yeah, yeah, ablation. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so how about we'll take a, yeah. So how about we'll take a little bit of a break. We'll come back and we'll still do a little tiny bit more. So we're right at the break for close to lunch, but do we just do lunch or?
It's up to you. I mean, it is kind of lunchish time.
How about we'll break for lunch and we'll come back after lunch and we'll do the little experiment and everything. So we'll take a lunch break. We'll come back at 1:30 and then we'll still work this emotional vagal tone, emotional dysregulation specific to the cardiovascular system. And then we'll start doing things with heart rate. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. Okay, so before lunch, we did segment 1, segment 2, cardio emotional vagal tone, and then we followed it with cardio emotional dysregulation. So this is specific to the homeostatic emotion generated within that system. So you could say this is kind of the long form. This is a good way to do treatment, but sometimes you just want a little quickie, right? So whatever oil you used for segment 1 and whatever oil you use for segment 2, let's be two-fisted sniffers together. So one in each hand. So you have the one from segment 1, you have the one from segment 2. Okay, so first, doesn't matter with whichever one you want to start with. Let's start with the left hand. Just start inhaling with your left hand. And then switch hands. Go to your right hand. You're inhaling the oil with your right hand now. Just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now go back to the left hand. You're inhaling from your other hand. And then switch to your other hand, the right hand. And then just pause and be still on that treat. And it just takes everything down like that. Yeah, I think you can see the potency of the going back and forth. Think of it like this: you're rapidly balancing out the nervous system in this particular area. Now, when we have a health issue, for one, we have some symptom or some health issue, there's dysregulation in that area, and there's poor vagal tone. That is the manifestation of the symptom. So the more we go and balance these things out, the quicker the body can heal these areas. When our body is not responding, right, it's because there's too big of an imbalance. So we're covering different areas within the cardiovascular system. This is just the emotional component, the homeostatic emotion. The homeostatic emotion is usually the more significant blockage in any of the systems. You know, think of it as a kind of armor that doesn't let something change or shift. The body is trying to keep it in a holding pattern, right? Even though there might be something that needs to be healed or something that needs to be improved, your body becomes like one of those bosses you have where you go, hey, I got a good idea. And before you even say the sentence, they go, no. Your body does that. Okay. So again, begin with your left hand. Same oils. You have a left hand and a right hand. One's from segment 1, one's from segment 2. Inhale. Move your awareness to the right hand. Switch hands, go to the other hand. Switch hands again. And then just pause and be still. Just sit back, Close your eyes and just let go for a moment. Just being still. Notice how you feel. Now, there are certain types of anxiety that can come from this emotional dysregulation in the cardiovascular system, and also panic, right? So we get a little wound up. It can happen in any system, but I would say a majority of it comes from either the respiratory system or the cardiovascular system. So now we're going to do the same thing, but with awareness on that area in your body. So again, remember, we're kind of dealing with neurological loops. So assess your body, observe your body. Your awareness is on that area of your body. Now you're going to keep your awareness on that area of your body. Begin inhaling with the oil that's in your left hand. Your awareness is on that area of the body. You're still using your left hand. Move to your right hand. Move to the other hand. Your awareness is still on that area of your body. Switch to the other hand again. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Switch to the other hand. Pause and be still. Just let that incubate for a few moments. Feels nice, huh? That feels, yeah, kind of like you're taking it. Okay, so we did it in general. We did it to a loop, but some of the loops are in our body, some of them are outside of us, right? Like going back to like questions, I think it was Dawn who was saying, what about other people? You know, what about when something goes on or this or that with other people? And be it that it's specific to you or just radiatory, you know, a projection from another person, just some event that feels unresolved, whatever it might be, we have mechanisms within us that get triggered regardless if it's inside of us or external of us. So that whole idea where we go, okay, let's visit the people around us. Let's visit an active situation. For myself, I go back to like the time I got into a car accident, time I, you know, got injured, time that some really bad thing happened. And I think, yeah, I feel pretty good. And then I do some of this work and I was like, feel a lot better. Had no idea that that was weighing on me the way that it was. But each of these situations does impact us in some way in dysregulation and poor vagal tone. And so at some point, the more we treat these different situations, we reach this tipping point where it just starts to hit everything. But for a while, we hit our hot spots. And as we hit our hot spots, eventually we get to that tipping point where it's just everything. Like it will just start to have a blanket effect. So what I'd like you to do is think of some, it could be a person, it could be an active situation, or it could be a past event. Like going back to the example that Dawn was using, she's like, okay, these people around me are upset because I'm not grieving the way they're grieving. So you would use those people as your external evaluation or your external focus, right? So whatever the situation is, you're observing. So you're observing that situation. Begin with oil in your left hand. Which hands? You're still focused on that past event or situation, that person. Which hands again? Still focused on that same situation. And let's do it one more time. Shift to the other hand. You're focused on that situation. Just pause and be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. Just be still. Okay. Let's share how you're doing. You okay? I felt bad waking you up. You look like you're having a really good sleep. So let's go ahead and share or ask questions. You can unmute yourself, type in. I'd really like to hear your guys' experiences about how it felt with the body, doing the two-fisted approach, and also the external situation. So
Wow. I definitely need to go back and do this segment.
yeah. I mean, the person who just said, wow, like, was it more the body or was it more the external or was it both? I mean, sometimes even just the two-fisted thing. I mean, if you want to know how I spend my evenings, it's doing the two-fisted with all the different emotional aspects of all the body systems. Deepens my meditation, makes my body feel better, makes me feel a little bit more even keeled with all the curveballs that life can throw you. I mean, it's just things that might have gotten me worked up when I was younger. I'm just like, you know,
They said two-fisted on external situation.
yeah,
So much energy moving.
yeah,
And now I'm in such a place of calm awareness.
yeah. And if you think about it, it's like if we put kind of the pieces together of what we were saying, especially for the cardio emotional vagal tone and or dysregulation, it's like injury or hurt feelings or, you know, there's more than just that. But for me, like I'll go back and I'll think of times where like, what happened there? And in the situations where like, you know, I might not have known it at the moment, but my feelings really got hurt. That's the place when I go through and I work the cardio emotional vagal tone and the cardio emotional dysregulation. I almost feel like what situation? Like it was just because the thing that keeps us like stuck there is the dysregulation and the poor vagal tone. It's those two things. And so if we go to the situation and we unwind it, we're able to let go of it, but also it stops affecting our physiology. Because even though it might have been 20 years ago and we're so far away from whatever that situation was, our body still hasn't gotten that email. Like it still doesn't know that. And so it's a way to unwind these things so that they stop affecting us.
And go ahead, Angelique.
Hey, Angelique.
Hi, that was awesome. It's actually, I'm being able to feel the unwinding between what I feel and what is outside me. And then I can, right? So really, that discernment between like the boundary within myself and then the boundary that's outside myself.
Right.
And then feeling the difference of, when it's actually unwinding, when I'm in a situation. Now because that's what I've been doing outside in different situations. And I can feel it when I'm with a person. That happened right, when I was doing the oils, when I'm out there, and then I can still feel it when I'm in an environment. And so it's getting to be able to discern how I speak up so that I can allow it to unwind naturally. And feel it in that system.
Yeah. Very good.
So it was really cool to see the difference.
Yeah.
With
Yay.
talking. Yeah.
Good for you.
Cool. Yeah, thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert. How'd you do?
I did good. I was going to comment a little about what I felt and didn't feel. During the oils, it was like, so what? Okay, keep breathing. And then as soon as we put the oils down, I started yawning and
Right,
burping, and it's
right.
like, whoa. Um, but the question that I have is, I know we just did it with the emotional vagal tone and dysregulation. Can we do it with each of the other pairs as well, or is it
Yeah,
only the
yeah,
emotional?
that's the idea. No, like, because even when we go to heart rate, the heart rate is, it's not quite the emotional component, but like the heart rate would be your body like freaking out. It's like the body version of it. And so they're different, but they're not really that different. It's a little bit more physicalized. And so the next thing we're going to do is the heart rate itself. And like I kind of when I originally was doing this for myself, I'd start off with the body system and then I'd just work my way. And I found that starting off with the emotional component, that's where most of the blockages are. And then I started walking my way like almost kind of backwards of what I thought it would be. And I found it to be more potent that way. And so that's what we're going to do. And same idea is with the heart rate, you'll do the dysregulation and the vagal tone. And, there's times where I do the long process that's like what's in the booklet. And then there's times where I just sit on the couch and I just, and I just do the two-fisted thing. And I gotta say, that two-fisted thing, pretty effective. It's
Mm.
pretty darn effective. And
So
it's quick and it's easy and it's not complicated and
you don't have to think about it or
mm-mm,
remember where you are in a protocol.
no. Mm-mm,
You describe these as almost like two peas in a pod.
right.
You have to do both. Do they
Right.
have to be, or should they be done equally, or
Doesn't matter. Like
just go
you
with the
kind of
flow?
you're going back and forth between the two. Usually for most people, dysregulation is more of a issue than the vagal tone. Because like we spend a lot of time doing vagal tone, and vagal tone will improve in general in the body or in specific areas, but then there's still an issue. So the idea is like, okay, if vagal tone is good, why isn't my body still not just healing all these issues? You know,
Right.
and vagal tone still can't overcome the dysregulation. Like they both have to kind of be there. And they work like independently, although they work together, but they also work independently. And just improving vagal tone doesn't necessarily calm down the dysregulation. Calming down the dysregulation, if you have poor vagal tone, doesn't really improve the vagal tone a whole lot. And so we do need to do both. I mean, there are times where I've done experiments where I go, I'm just going to do the dysregulation. And I feel good, but I feel better doing them both. And they
Okay.
don't have to be done equally. Doesn't matter. In theory, at first, I was like, well, you got to start with vagal tone and then do dysregulation. I did experiments the other way, couldn't tell the difference. And so, like on a piece of paper in my mind, I'm like, oh no, vagal tone totally has to be first. In practice, I don't know that it matters. And if you overdo one or the other, not a big deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That answered my question.
Yeah. It's like you're just getting them both to be able to be in a good place, but it's not like you're like if I do too much vagal tone, is it going to throw that one off? It's none of that.
No,
You're just trying to get them.
it feels like you need a little bit of both to get
Yeah.
it both going the right direction at the same time, and then it's like, okay, it'll
Yeah.
figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you usually, if you look at a health issue or a symptom, it's usually dysregulation and poor vagal tone. And, the poor vagal tone would also be a manifestation of not sleeping well and not resting well and not recovering. And, But I would say for most people, it's probably more the dysregulation than it is just a vagal tone issue. It's just that area of the body is like stressed out for whatever reason.
How do we, for vagal tone, the symptoms you give of it, like not sleeping well at night, those are fairly obvious to us.
Mhm.
What's the rough equivalent for dysregulation?
Dysregulation could be similar. You still might not sleep, so it could be insomnia, but it's like agitation in the body. It could be inflammation, um, not feeling like comfortable in your, like anxiety, not feeling comfortable in your own skin. But like specific to a system, like here in the cardiovascular system, it could be, blood pressure, elevated heart rate, tachycardia, palpitations, poor circulation, the blood not getting oxygenated enough, because of the circulation between the heart and the lungs. Anxiety, panic.
Very wide range of symptoms.
I would say also not processing emotions. I would say you could say that about all the body systems, but especially the cardiovascular system. If there's a lot of dysregulation there, the person's not really processing the body emotions like they could. So it tends to accumulate. And so even in the extreme, it would be a manifestation of not feeling present and dissociation, like checking out.
You
And then go ahead, Dawn.
He done.
Hey, okay, so I felt really good when we went through that.
Mm-hmm.
When I got off into my blissful place,
Mm-hmm.
it triggered up some deep things from older classes, like something that was really bothering me. I didn't realize was bothering me again.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you keep it from happening to you in a
I
joyful
don't know
way?
that you want to keep it from happening. Like I would say it's happening. It probably means that something was unprocessed. I would just pick the bottle up and go, okay, those things that are rising, and just keep them moving.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm being attacked in my joyful place, like in my blissful place.
No, it's just some things that probably are a bit like stuck in the body, like unprocessed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So even because tears are flying out of my face when this is happening. So it's hard to
Yeah.
even breathe oil.
But if you think of like injury, hurt, harm,
It's
pain,
it's emotion.
yeah, all of that stuff is being processed and released out of the body. It's causing you some level of discomfort. You're just able to manage it. Where here, you're like, okay, it's going to the garbage can. Let's say bye. You're kind of grieving those things leaving.
Okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay. Thank you.
yeah.
And go ahead, Leslie.
Hey, Leslie,
Hi, Greg. How are you?
I'm
I love
doing good.
this
How
class.
about you?
This class is so good.
Oh,
When we
good.
did the back and forth thing, it
Yeah.
took me back to the beginning of the class.
Oh, good.
It took me back to the beginning of the class. When we started inhaling, you said we did the body awareness part. My body started jumping around everywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
The last place it went to was the back of the right side of my head. And you said, focus on the area, breathe in and out that area. When I breathed in and out the area, I felt like a little sensation in the cervical part of my spine while I was
Yeah.
breathing in and out the
Yeah.
area. So I think it was close to C5 and C7. So I said, okay, let me just, whatever the case may be. Then from there, we come back and we're doing more breathing. As we're doing more breathing, you said focus on an area, focus on something you want to work on. I decided to focus on the heart. So when I decided to focus on the heart, the front of the heart, something told me, go to the back of the heart. As we were doing the back and forth, I started, it's like information started coming in, and I said, how is the, what part of the spine is connected? No, I started off with, is fascia and the pericardium sac, is that the same fascia, or is this something different? When I looked at it, it says that the pericardium sac is like a fascia inside fascia, and it has a connection to the digestive system. So I said, okay, so how is the spine? Because I remember you saying you work on the spine. So I said, how is the spine connected to the heart? So it says T1 and T5 have a connection to that. T1 and T5 have a connection to the heart, but C1 and C7, T1 and T2 have a connection to the pericardium sac. So I said, okay, that makes sense. Maybe that's why I was feeling the sensations that I was feeling.
Sure.
I think this class is great because every time I take classes, I get this, it's like, it's not me doing because I try to be mindful and say, I don't want to be in this logical state. I want to let the intuition kick in. But it's information that comes in that
I would agree.
Like logic. It feels like a different type of information, but it starts connecting things that I was like, wow, like, I just wanted to say thank you.
I would say it's a different way of gathering information. You know, like a lot of times you can start processing it, like you said, like in ways where you go down the logical path, but it's, you know, when you just are doing it from the place of logic, you kind of have a hypothesis that you're putting on the situation, where here you're observing it, the information comes in, and then you're like, okay, what just happened? What went down? Like,
but it's like information
kind of
flying in, and then I have to start writing, and I'm doing the protocols, and I have to start writing, because sometimes when the information comes in and then it comes to explain the information, I suck at that. It's like I understand the information that's coming in, but for me to explain it and put it in words, sometimes I struggle with that part. And when you sit here and you said about about sometimes the mind can't process things if the circulation isn't flowing the way it should be flowing. So I can see, like when I look at this, I can see the connection to why that happens. Right. If I'm making sense right now.
No, it makes total sense. And you know, we're not covering the systemic circulation in this particular class, but you know what the oils are for that? Health rays and spasmophilia.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, because that part of the circulation, when it's going well, it straightens out your health rays. Remember, like way back when I said the health rays are a manifestation of loving kindness? It's because it's a byproduct of the cardiovascular, like vagal tone and you know, regulation of the dysregulation, like diminishing the dysregulation. And so it's a very deep activation of the heart, and the deep activation of the heart manifests as health rays. And so I snuck that in on you guys a long time ago.
One more thing. In the part of the head that was on the right side before I started feeling at the spine, that injury was a very old injury, but that old injury hurt me really bad emotionally.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Because of how it happened. And then I was like, wow. And being that we working on the heart, it's so ironic that it went to that place. And then it
I mean, like, you know, a couple of weeks ago, I had like a little slip and fall thing, and, you know, just doing a goofy old man thing. And, you know, but I banged up on something kind of hard, and I was like, oh, that hurt. And as I sat there, like I was going, okay, you know, where do I feel this in my body? And, you know, just all the same stuff that we do. But one of the things that I could feel was I could feel that the cardiovascular system had been like on red alert for just a short time. you know, because I took my blood pressure, my pulse afterwards, and everything was fine. But there was a couple of moments where the heart went, ah, and I was like, there was almost like an achiness, like in the heart, not in the physical heart, but in the heart chakra.
Okay.
And I was like, whoa, that was weird. But the place that I really felt it, like when I really quieted my body, I could feel it through all my veins. Like I could feel it through all my veins. And, you know, if you think about that idea of like when we get injured, we check out a little bit, it's like a tension that happens in the veins. You know, it throws off the circulation. And then because the circulation's thrown off, we check out a little bit. We don't get the blood flow to our head like we should. We just, you know, so it's a body protective mechanism. But I literally, that was the first time I ever had it happen where I could feel it in my body. And so, you know, it could be 20 years ago or 30 years ago. And if we had too much dysregulation and not enough vagal tone, those effects, which don't necessarily show up immediately as like, oh, look, you hurt your neck or you hurt your head or whatever it is. You know, those things are obvious, but there's effects that are on the body that we don't know to look for. And those things linger in the body until they don't. And if we never had a diminishing of the dysregulation, and we never had proper vagal tone in that area, in that system, it just stays. Like it just didn't, it's just this like loop that's happening that we never break out of. Like it is just always there. We can call it conditioning, we can call it, you know, aging, we can call it whatever we want, but it's stuck in some sort of loop that we just don't break out of.
What I like about what you do is, and as you're speaking, what comes to mind is that book, The Body Keeps the Score, right?
Mm-hmm.
It talks about how things that happen to us get stored in different parts of the body. Right. So when we did the loops before, it's almost like we were working on it from the outside of the body. So it feels like you're working on it now from the inside of the body, which I think is really cool. And I feel like no one is understanding that quite yet. And I like that you bring it up because I haven't come across anything yet that is actually looking at loops internal.
No.
That's awesome. You should be super proud
nobody's
of yourself.
Talking about
that is awesome.
Yeah, nobody's talking about the thing that I'm bringing forth. No,
they talk about how the body keeps the score and fascia release and breathing through that, but they're not talking about the loops that are happening in those energetic loops that are happening in those systems that you are targeting. Yeah. So I think it's pretty cool. And your classes, I don't know, they make me really intelligent. They make me really smart.
You are so sweet.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like super short because I don't want to take time from the other. There was a class that we took, and I sat down and I started writing all the names of the zodiacs. When I get a chance, I'm gonna book a session with you, and I want to show you what I saw that I can't find no one to explain to me what that means. Okay. So when we get a chance, I'll book a session with you.
Okay.
And so like that, I could talk more and share.
Okay, that sounds great.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Yeah. And, you know, I want to be clear about nobody's talking about what we're bringing forth. It was given to me by a teacher. So like Greg's not that smart. I just want to be very clear about that.
Yeah, but it takes courage for you to put that into action. Yeah, you're putting that into action. You're showing us and teaching us that. Yeah. We can learn things, like you said, there's a difference between being spiritual and spirited, right?
Right.
And take information and just keep it on the shelf. You're doing something with it. So like own that. That is so good.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
And go ahead, Ollie.
Hey, Ollie.
Hello, Greg. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you?
Oh, really great. Thank you, Greg. It was fantastic, this last piece. with both of the oils.
Oh,
It
good.
really takes me in a peace that I have never felt before, and it really peaceful, really deep
Yeah,
peace.
isn't it amazing how like just quiet and still everything gets?
Yes, and the things that I want to share with you is that when you tell us to focus on a situation,
Mhm.
and I didn't have anything in mind, so I did the process, and I say, let something arise. At the
Mhm.
first, the situation that arose were really old, about 20 years,
Mhm.
uh, not so bad, but discomfort. And
Right, right.
yes, in a while they melt away, and after that, other situation comes where I think I was grateful for, but now I understand that what I'm feeling now is really a more deep level of gratitude,
Oh, good.
respect.
Yeah.
So it will probably be my daily practice for the next year or 2 years. This.
Yeah. Wait till we do the one where it's all of the emotional.
All right.
Yeah, like oh God, that one's been my favorite for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward
Yeah.
for the class. And the last thing I want to share is that at the end of all the process, I have a kind of visual, really strange. It was like the Kabbalistic tree of life,
Uh-huh.
and it was like it was like I was this tree of life with the left pillar and the right pillar that went crazy, really crazy. And after the process, the central pillar take everything in place, take everything in equilibrium.
Wow.
It was it was a strange vision, but I really feel like a balance that I had never had. And another thing is that now I can understand why when you say put search in your body for a spot when we do different process. One
Mhm.
of the spots that most of the times comes up to my consciousness is the chest. I never understand
Oh,
why.
interesting. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I had never understand why. Now,
Yeah.
now I have,
Yeah.
and thank you for the gem that you share with us that health
Oh,
rays
good. Yeah.
about, because I always ask it myself why health rays are manifestation of loving kindness, because I think about this uh, since you have shared with us in a class years month ago. Yes, years ago.
Yeah, it's interesting, huh? Like
Yeah.
the loving kindness is like a physical manifestation. It's,
Yes.
it starts off like in our mind and then energetic. And then, even if you look at the idea of what we're doing, is we're taking like the energetics of the work programs and we're like going deeper into the body and like physicalizing what we're have been working. And so, it's the inside and the out, the inner and the outer.
Yeah. Yes. At the beginning, I was thinking that um, I always feel the chest when I check on my body. And at the
Mhm.
beginning, I was thinking maybe I do something wrong. It's impossible. Always the chest, always the chest. But now it's more clear for me.
I would say for a practitioner, I gotta say, I went through many years like being aware of this process, but until I did like a deep dive on the cardiovascular system, I had no idea. Like I had no idea how much we hold in our chest. And even now, I would say like I have a better understanding, but I don't have like, oh, I got it. I'm like, I'm
Okay.
getting it,
Uh,
but it's like it's so impactful. It is so impactful. Yeah.
yes. So thank you really much
You're
for
so
this.
welcome.
This is amazing, really
Yeah,
amazing.
I'm glad you're enjoying.
Yes, really. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Thank you.
And go ahead, Glenn.
Hey, Glenn.
Hi, Greg. Can you hear me?
Yes, how are you?
Super, super. Yeah, thank you for the class. It's been amazing. So that while, I wanted to talk about some things. Segment one.
Mhm.
I got like really, really calm. I like it. But it went quite easy as well. But then with the conversations just we had with Robert and Ali about the cardio emotional dysregulation, and you were
Mhm.
summoning the symptoms, and yeah, my eyes went open while we were doing the exercise. Some heat came up, like I got agitated,
Okay.
and yeah, it was pretty straight to the face. And then we had the break, and I'm in an
And
active.
that's when we were doing the dysregulation.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
right before the break, and then we had the break. But I'm in the the thing that was triggering me. I'm in an active situation which I can escape from, like almost 24/7, living with my parents. Just to give you the example.
Sure.
And so the bonding between us is really good, but to work on my emotional problems, it's really difficult having them all the time around. They make noise, they don't understand the processes and everything. So every time I try to work on it, they stop the process.
Okay.
Understand? So it's a thing where I was working on. So in segment two, I was trying to envision the situation, and I was
Mhm.
trying to regulate it, but it went haywire. And then in the break, I got triggers, and then
Okay.
after the break, we did with the two oils at the same time. So it helped like really a lot, but then I came agitated again. So my question is, because you were talking about the loops as well, I find the loops really interesting, and like the woman
Mhm.
just said, you're the only one talking about the loops. It's really interesting, but I'm having a lot of troubles actually with breaking the loop because I'm active
Yeah,
in.
so that's probably why the vagal tone felt so good for you, is that the loops are a kind of dysregulation. They're the nervous system, specifically the sympathetic part of the nervous system, like it's tied to action activity, but it's also that, like, parts of our body can go into fight flight, and it's not like how we see it like emotionally or mentally. It's like our body goes into like in that area, and we might not even be that aware of it, like, oh, I feel a little funny or something, and that's all it is. And so what can happen, especially here, if we're talking about like trauma or hurt feelings, or it could be other things too, but there's going to be a lot of dysregulation. And so, like what you were talking about, like you started to unwind the dysregulation and felt discomfort. I would go heavier on the vagal tone, because the idea being that the vagal tone is what helps you process out of it. Like, so you're dysregulating it, but here, like you said, it's a little bit of an active situation, and your body is trying to alert you to some sort of problem. Hey, this is painful. I don't like this. It hurts. I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel secure, whatever it is. And so you're calming it down, but the body is still like, yeah, but I still feel uncomfortable, right? I still feel something's going on. So I would say in this particular case, whenever you kind of feel like, okay, I'm doing something, but then I got triggered again, go heavier on the vagal tone component. And it might even be that the next part with the heart rate might actually be the remedy as well. Like right
Okay.
here, we're really focused on the emotional component, but it might be that actually the heart rate is the thing that gets up and then kind of triggers eventually some of the emotional thing. And so as we go through and we do this next piece, hopefully it calms down, but you could always, if like in doubt, always go a little heavier on the vagal tone.
So yeah,
Yeah.
it became a little bit better after the break when we did with the
Yeah.
two.
The two of
Started.
them could be like kind of a good thing for you to do before you even do this whole process. Just like do it, because it's like you're unwinding and processing it both at the same time. And I had one, it was a thing that happened when I was like God, I want to say mid-teens. And whenever I would go back to it, like I do it for a little bit and then I'm like, I'm uncomfortable. Like this doesn't feel good. And that two-fisted thing unwound it beautifully. It
Yeah.
took several cities. Like it,
I had the same feeling in a previous class when we did an exercise with the health race.
right.
I had the same calming down effect. It was really, really, really
Yeah.
good. But it's like you just explained it, and it's really hard to keep my consciousness on the problem because when it
Right. Right.
starts,
Right.
you feel it's starting, but yeah, the surroundings are moving. You get triggered. Normal.
Right. Right. Right.
But
Yeah.
when it goes up, it's uncontrollable. It's
Yeah.
and not
Yeah.
only uncontrollable, but I have no idea where it came from. Even
Right.
I know what it started, but when it explodes, it explodes. Like it's
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah. I
It
hear you.
wind down really
Yeah.
good. But
Watching the body get triggered, it's really kind of mind-boggling. Like because it's like we don't have a conscious awareness of it. It's completely in the unconscious.
yep,
It's
it, and it keeps on building.
completely like even if you go, what's it about? You're like, I don't know. Like I don't know. Like it's unconscious, but
At the
the
moment, it's
body has some awareness of
yeah, at the moment it's getting crazy as well because you gave an example on the side of your spine with the muscles tightening up and
it. Yep.
inflammation. I have the
Yep.
same thing. I have it regularly, plus minus, maybe like 2, 3 times a year or something. And now I have it again, but normally it takes like 3 days of pain, maybe a week. I have a little bit stuck in everything. For now,
Mhm.
5 weeks in a row.
Oh
It's
wow.
yeah, it keeps on building. Same with the bronchitis I told you about 4 weeks.
Right.
It's crazy. So I'm looking at the emotional dysregulation a lot at the moment.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and like I said, like in the few weeks, we're doing the whole body, like the whole body,
Yep.
every system, like we're doing the respiratory, we're doing urinary, reproductive, endocrine, digestive. We're going through the whole body.
I think
Just
you'll
the
see.
the emotional dysregulation and emotional vagal tone for each system.
Okay.
Yeah,
Super. Looking
yeah,
forward.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're so welcome. Yeah.
And we have some more shares as well. Let me get to them. So when we first started the process, someone said, I feel calm and consolidated and at the same time solid.
Yeah.
And then by the end of the process, they shared physical pain in left hip immediately reduced after first left and right dose.
Yeah.
Pain kept reducing, so now it's barely there. Amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they said, oh yeah, thanks, Robert. Lots of yawning here too, as well as tears without crying, lots of watering eyes. Thank you. Question, would it be helpful to inhale alternately with health rays and spasmophilia?
Yeah, so that would target the systemic part of circulation. When we look at circulation, there's systemic, which is your whole body, and then there's pulmonary circulation, which is the blood being dumped off into the lungs to be oxygenated. And so those are the two areas that I really focus on with that. But it was just a little too much for this class. But health rates and spasmophilia are the systemic part, and then there's a blend specifically for the pulmonary circulation. But the other one is, remember, for those of you that have been around for a while, there's that blend unconscious, like from a few years ago. It was in a couple of classes. It's the dysregulation of the pulmonary circulation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
right.
because and the reason why I called it unconscious, honestly, I never thought we'd be talking about this, to be honest. But the The reason why I called it the unconscious, you know, for when I run out of names, so I'm like, oh, what am I going to call this? But, you know, the more that the blood is oxygenated, the more conscious we become. The more that it's not oxygenated, the less conscious we become. So it was to like basically treat being unconscious, you know. I didn't really explain it like that because we didn't have the body of information that we're talking about. But, you know, I've been trying to slip some of these things in for a very long time. And now we're just point blank talking about these things, which I love. But I needed to lay like a foundation for a while for this to even make sense, because it's like what Luzley is saying. People talk about loops a little bit, but you know, we even talk about them in Astara doing some of our practices with like Lama Yoga and sustained awareness. You know, that's part of what you're doing, is you're breaking out of the loops. But the idea of approaching it from both parts of the nervous system, the involuntary part of the nervous system with vagal tone, and the sympathetic part of the nervous system, potentially with dysregulation, like working both sides. I haven't seen anybody doing that. And that is also like a very old way of doing healing, because like even in the Astara writings, in the some of the degree lessons, Erlaine, you know, who wrote the books back in the 50s, talks about how the tree of life, you know, going back to what Ollie was saying, the tree of life is tied to these two pieces of the nervous system, and like how these two pieces of the nervous system really are what animate the energy body. And you know, even the chakras are really a byproduct of this dysregulation being regulated and the increase or improvement of vagal tone. And so, you know, you're doing a kind of energy work, but from like the inside out. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of interesting and fascinating. But so how about we'll take a break and we're going to come back and we're going to start doing heart rate. So we'll take a break. We'll come back on the half hour. And when we come back, we'll start with segment 3. So Angelica, Benzoin, Cypriol, Melissa, Osmanthus, Tarragon, or kit for purchase, heart rate, vagal tone. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. We're on segment 3, which is page 3. And we're doing heart rate, vagal tone.
Will you give the other options again?
Yeah. So again, single oils, Angelica, Benzoin, Cypriol, Melissa, Osmanthus, or Tarragon. And then kit for purchase is heart rate, vagal tone. Okay, so you have your oil. We're going to go through and we're going to check in with the whole body. We're going to calm down the whole body. Okay, so with whatever oil you're using, your awareness is on your feet. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then the lower legs, from the ankles up to the knees. Your awareness is on the lower legs. And then the knees and the thighs. From your knees up to your hips. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The pelvis, the front, the sides, the back of the pelvis. The lower abdominal area and the low back. So from your navel down to your hips, that whole area around front, sides, and back. And then your abdominal cavity. From the bottom of your ribs down to your navel. The whole abdominal cavity. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The mid back area. Your awareness is on the mid back. Your chest and your upper back. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The tops of your shoulders. Your arms, forearms, and hands. The neck, the front, the sides, the back of the neck. the jaws, and your whole head. Then pause and be still. And that filter. You're just being still. Okay, so we're going to do the materialization breath again. But before we go right into the materialization breath, just check in with your body. Where do you feel something in your body? Your awareness on that area of your body. Inhale. Just staying focused on that area of your body. Let it go. And now do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. So bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 at your own pace. You're just being still. Again, bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. You're just being still. Let's go back to the very first application. So, still using the same oil, your awareness is on your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your feet. Your lower legs, your awareness is on your lower legs, from your ankles to your knees. From your knees up to your pelvis, your upper thighs, your knees and upper thighs. And then your pelvis, the front, the sides, the back of your pelvis. So your hips and the front part of your pelvis. The low back and the low abdomen. So from the navel down to the tops of your hips. The whole abdominal cavity. So below the ribs down to the navel, that whole abdominal area. The mid back area, the middle of your back. And then your chest and upper back. The tops of your shoulders. Well, arms, forearms, and hands. The neck, the front, the sides, the back of the neck. And then the whole head, including your jaws, your face, your whole head. Just pause and let go. Okay. Bottle to your chest, chin down, do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Do them at your own pace. You're just being still. And then one more time, bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Just be still. We're going to take a little break, and then we're going to come back and do segment 4. And then we'll do a little quick version of the combination of the two. So I'll see you back in a half hour. See you in 15 minutes. Hey, everybody that's come on back. We are doing segment 4, which is single oils, Douglas fir, Anula, Kava Kava, Marjoram, Valerian, or Lang Lang. Hit for purchase is heart rate dysregulation. So you have the heart rate dysregulation or one of the single oils. Begin inhaling with your awareness on the feet. Your awareness is on your feet. In your lower legs, from your ankles to your knees. Your knees to your thighs. Awareness is on your knees to your thighs. Your pelvis, the front of your pelvis, the sides of your hips, the back of your hips. Your low back and low abdomen. Your abdominal area. From the bottom of your ribs down to the tops of your hips. Your mid back area, the whole mid back. The chest and upper back. tops of the shoulders. The arms, the forearms, and the hands. The neck, the front, the sides, the back of your neck. And then the head, the whole head, including the jaws and the face, your whole head. And then just pause and let go. Okay, bottle to your chest, chin down, do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. You're just being still. And again, another 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. So bottle to your chest, chin down, do them at your own pace. Just being still on this one. Okay, we're going to go back to the body, starting with your feet. You're using the same oil. Your awareness is on your feet. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Lower legs. The knees and the thighs. The pelvis. Your awareness is on the pelvis, the front, the sides, the back of the hips. low back and the lower abdomen, from the navel down to the hips. The whole abdominal area, from below your ribs down to your navel. Mid back area, the whole mid back. The chest and upper back. This one felt good. Tops of the shoulders. The arms, the forearms, the hands, the fingertips. the neck, the front, the sides, and the back of your neck. And the whole head. Your awareness is on the whole head. And then just pause and be still. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Do them at your own pace. And just being still. Let's do one more round of the materialization breath. So again, bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths, do them at your own pace. Notice how you feel. Your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Now we're going to do the same thing with the 2 oils. So from segment 3 and segment 4, you're going to have an oil from each one. So from segment 3, you're choosing from Angelica, benzoin, cypriol, melissa, osmanthus, and tarragon, or the heart rate vagal tone. And then Douglas fir, anula, kava kava, marjoram, valerian, lang lang, or the heart rate dysregulation. So 1 in each hand. Okay, ready? So inhale the left hand. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now switch hands. You're doing the other oil. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Back to the left hand. Switch hands again. And then just pause and be still. Or Now we're going to do the two-fisted approach, but we're going to go through the whole body that way. Instead of going body awareness, we're going to do the foot or the feet, I should say. And then you're going to do left and right, and then the legs, and then left and right. Okay. So you have in oil in each hand. Your awareness is on your feet. Inhale with the first oil. Inhale with the second oil. Okay, we're going to the lower legs. Go back to the first oil. Go to the second oil. Still on your lower legs, the second oil. Okay, your knees and your thighs. You're inhaling with the first oil. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Pitch to the second oil. And the second oil, your awareness is on the second oil. Okay, so we're moving to the pelvis, the front, the sides of your hips, the back of your hips. You're using the first oil. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Second oil, your awareness is on the pelvis with the second oil. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Straight. We're moving to your lower abdomen and low back. You're using the first oil, low abdomen, low back. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Switch to the second oil. Switching to the other hand. Now, the whole abdominal cavity, so the bottom of the ribs down to the navel, you're on your first oil. You're moving your awareness to the second oil. the mid back. You're using the first oil with your awareness on the mid back. And the second oil. Your chest and upper back with the first oil. You're using the second oil on that chest and upper back. Going to the tops of your shoulders with the first oil. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're using the second oil. Your awareness is on top of the shoulders. Your awareness is on your arms, your whole arm. You're using the first oil. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on the second oil. Your awareness is on your whole arms. In your neck. Your awareness is on your neck with the first oil. Front, sides, and back of your neck. And then your whole head. You're using the first oil with your awareness on your whole head. Oh, did we not? Do the second oil. I'm sorry. Do the second oil for the neck. Sorry about that. Now, the whole head, you're using the first oil. Your awareness is on the whole head. And switch to the second oil. And then just pause and let go. Well, let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions if you feel like it. You can unmute yourself or type in. Tomorrow we'll be doing just the heart itself. You know, here we're doing the heart rate, but tomorrow we'll do the physical heart, and then we'll also just do the whole system.
Yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Hello. It was an interesting day. Um, yeah, lots of shifts. In the last round, it was really shifting temperature wise in the body from hot to cold.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm assuming that is just like a recalibration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, because there's so many things that might contribute to the heart rate. So it's like a series of processes. And, you know, again, if the body thinks that something bad is happening, even though it might not, but the body, you know, has that sense,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it will then put all the processes in place. And so if you think of an elevated heart rate, you know, it's very much tied to, you know, fight flight, you know, very,
Mm.
very much tied to fight flight. And so, yeah, like calming all of that down, like it calms the nervous system, but it also calms down the cardiovascular system and other mechanisms that are all associated with that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
As you're talking, I realized that all the different thoughts and the people that were coming through my mind at that time are probably just leaving my body.
Yeah. And again, you know, it's letting the body know, like, yeah, that happened a long time ago. Like that was, you know, because the mind gets it, but the body doesn't. Like the
Yeah.
body just thinks that was a crazy day. It's still happening. That was 30 years ago. You know, it's still, you know, because on a certain level, from the point of view of the nervous system, it's still experiencing the neurological responses back from what happened back in the day. It's not even just an energy thing. The nervous system is still behaving like that situation, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Yeah.
like you calm all that down, and then it's like, oh, yeah, I guess we're done now. And you know,
Yeah, it's
30 years
fascinating.
later, 20 years later, you know, a week later, whatever it is, it's like, oh, you know, like
Yeah.
one time I did this thing where I had fallen and, you know, I'd hurt myself a little bit. Not bad, but like, you know, it was a little bit of a thing. It took me a minute to shake it off. And like, you know, wasn't really a lot of pain or anything. And about like 3 days later, I would have, for a couple of days, I had these dreams that in all the dreams, I was always falling. Like it just
Mm.
like 30 different ways to fall. And then the next night, 40 different ways to fall. And I was like, my body still thinks it's falling. You know, it was a little like little slip and fall. Like, you know, I tripped
Mhm.
on something, bam, went down. But to my body, you're still falling. You're still falling. Hey man, you're still falling. You're still falling. You know, and to the mind, that seems so ridiculous. The body, that's what it thinks, you know. So I calmed down that part of the nervous system. The dream stopped.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
You know, it's like how we talk about like the mind sees trauma in a very specific way. The nervous system, the trauma is whatever it had to do to get through the situation. And so why the trauma is still, or the situation is still in the body, is the nervous system had to make an adjustment, and then it just keeps firing in that way. So even though we walk away, or a year goes by, or, you know, whatever it is, the nervous system is still firing in that way. So it's not even so much that, like, yes, you could say there's an energy stuck on the body, because that is true. But the nervous system is still functioning as if that situation is still happening. And so to
Mhm.
the body, it just feels like it's still happening.
Mm.
Really interesting. Like I find it to be fascinating, but
Yeah,
you know,
it is. And it's good that it can be
yeah. I mean,
undone.
this is the same like idea, like the same philosophy. You know, when I did the research project back in like I don't know, it was like 2003 or 4 or something on allergies. I approached allergies not as an immune issue. I approached it as a neurological issue. And you know, at first I was like, well, I'm open to anything. So we had this wide net of the different things we were trying. And then I kept narrowing it down. I was like, let's do it from the neurological point of view. And you know, we got it down to where there was 9 different protocols that we would do in succession, you know, like over 9 weeks. And all of it was about just re-educating the nerves to be not reacting to something in the past, but just to be like calm in now, like, you know, regulating it to the now. And most people experience significant shifts in their allergies, significant. There was a couple, but one in particular, like if she was just in the vicinity of um, food, a particular food, she would have to go to the hospital. Like it was like she didn't even have to touch it or eat it. She could just smell it and boom, she would end up in the hospital.
Mm.
And when we were done, she was eating it 2 or 3 times a week.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. And, you know, she kept saying, this is better than any allergy pill. And I was like, we're not treating allergies, we're treating the nervous system.
Hmm.
That's what we're doing.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. Kind of
Well,
a trick.
yeah, it is. Thank you so very much. Great weekend.
You're so welcome. And give me just a sec. I think we lost Samantha for a second. Oh, we'll see if there's, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Angelique.
Hey, Angelique.
Hi. So it was really interesting. Before we did this one, I actually had a share, but then my heart started going because I didn't know how to share it. So I lowered my hand and I decided to wait and do the protocol and then see what would happen with it. So it was really, yeah, it was really interesting to see how a bunch of different structures, I think, kind of came through and like unfolded. So it was one of your classes, the prosperity and materialization, the part where it's the mental flexibility, where it's listing. So I've been looking at that. And so that kind of structure came through looking at the patterns on the outside and the inside of the balance through the vagal tone perspective.
Right. Nice.
Yeah. So it was really cool. Yeah. So thank you.
You're so welcome. How'd the heart rate do after you did the whole process?
I still feel the agitation. I think it's just, it's more so me understanding my structure and how I process things. And it's way, way different than when I'm around other people. And so trying to speak it, I think that's that disconnect of me being feeling safe to do that when most people don't really understand it from the perspective that I see things. So yeah, which is
Well,
really
good.
cool. So then I
Yeah.
can kind of go out and move out in different directions with different people and
Mhm.
seeing, allowing their structure to unfold within it. Yeah,
Yeah, nice.
very cool. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, hey.
Hey, so we have we're 1 minute past time, so I had to end it like I end things. But between the marjoram and the tarragon, I feel like I'm in this delicious stew. And so
Oh,
thank you.
good.
It was fun.
Yeah, good, good.
I'm all seasoned well.
Yeah, and just a lot of people saying thank you. Awesome class. Sorry, Miguel, I just muted you on accident real quick. There you go. Ah, all right. I think that's a great day.
Yeah. Okay, you guys. So we'll take a break till morning. We'll come back at 10 Central Time, and we'll be doing the heart itself, and then the whole system, and we'll still probably play with a cardio emotional vagal tone a little bit more tomorrow. So I think it's a really good one, an important one to play with. So get a good night's rest, and we'll talk again in the morning.